All right, hello. I'm back. So I wanted to stream last night, but the power went out. It was raining really, really bad here yesterday, but I don't think it was the rain because it wasn't raining bad enough that the power would have gone out. Like, I heard this bang last night, and then the power went out, and like a bunch of people on the street, their power went out too, and like the electrical company had to send somebody to come out and fix something. So I don't know, I think something blew up or something, I don't know. So I wanted to stream last night, but couldn't turn anything on. So I'm back tonight. I'm streaming a little bit later with these games. Like, it's almost 9 p.m. for me, and usually I start around 8 p.m. But with these games, since I have to read everything out loud, it just like kills my voice. So I'm starting a little bit later and not streaming as much, like ending around the same time that I usually would when I start at 8. I'm just starting like 45 minutes, an hour later. So last time I literally lost my voice. Like, after stream ended, I tried to say something and like I literally couldn't. So yeah, I'm trying to not stream quite as much, just to let my voice rest. But these games are like so good. Like, I wish I could keep streaming them, or just like not read them out loud. Like, I wish they had like voice acting. Okay, so last time almost all of the jurors were voting guilty, and then we managed to turn it around and prove that we should keep the trial going. So we left off in the middle of another cross-examination. So we're going to continue that tonight. So this trial, if you need a reminder, this trial is a guy, a poor brickmaker who was murdered in a bus, like a bus carriage. And our client is the one that was accused of murdering him. He was the only one in the car, other one in the car. But like all of our other clients, we think that he's innocent. So, what the witnesses were saying didn't make sense, because like, okay, so like if we look at the picture here, so this was the crime scene photo. He's sitting here with a knife in him, but one of them was saying that our client stabbed him like while he was sitting here, and then one of them said that he stabbed this guy when he was on the floor. So just, I mean, there were other things too, like one of them, so these are the gloves recovered from the crime scene. You can see there's like a blood spot here, but that's the only blood spot there. So one of them was saying like, you know, our client's hands were covered in blood. These are not covered. And also like they didn't mention the gloves. I guess maybe these gloves are like, you know, like it was dark because it was at night, and these could be like skin tone colored. So I guess they might not have realized they were gloves, but still, like, they said his hands were covered in blood. They are clearly not covered in blood. So those are just a couple of examples, because I'm not going to cover everything because I don't remember everything exactly. But those are just some examples of how we kept the trial going. Like, we basically pointed out that there were all really, really different accounts of what happened, and like contradictory to the evidence. So we kept the trial going. So we did get some of the jurors to change their minds and vote not guilty. Although I don't even know why they're voting now, because it's like so early. All right, I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but okay, press. I don't remember if we pressed him on this time, on our last time on this, but we'll do it again because I don't remember. So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. Getting chilblains just listening to you. Chilblains? It was terrible, so I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. His name is Beppo, yeah. His name's Beppo. I've seen weirder names though, Ventus, in this game. I mean, our client is named Magnus McGilded, so there's that. Anyway, how are you, Ventus? Thank you so much for coming in. Then we would have another suspect. Okay, so you know what? I think when I left off last time, I couldn't figure out what to do here. So let's just listen to all the cross-examination statements again. Or witness statements again. Press them on everyone. Maybe we'll figure it out. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence on the bus. So this was another thing that didn't add up here. Like, so the bus fare is 4 pence and there are 4 passengers, but the bus driver took home 20 pence. So but then it turned out like, so we thought there was another person on the bus, but it turns out the bus driver was actually charging everybody a pence more. Unless he was lying, but we'll see. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it ever existed in the first place. I'm fine, how are you? I'm good, thank you, Ventus. I was saying earlier, like, I don't know when you came in, but I was saying earlier, like, I literally lost my voice playing this game last time because I have to read everything out loud because there's no voice acting. And so, like, last time when I, after I ended stream, like, I tried to say something, I literally, like, could not say anything. Well, I think most of it came out, but, like, on one word, just, like, nothing came out. Like, I don't know how people do this. I have no idea how, because I know there's some people that stream for, like, 8 hours and they play, like, retro games, so they have to read everything out loud. They play games with no voice acting. I think it's just, like, something people are born with, I guess. So I've been streaming a little bit later lately and ending at the same time, but starting later because I just, like, my voice just can't handle it. Van Zeeks looks like an even edgier Edgeworth. Oh, he does, doesn't he? I didn't notice that. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. And does the judge not look like Santa Claus? A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Victorian Santa Claus, right? Hold it! So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there's only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Yeah, and Van Zeeks and Edgeworth, they have like similar hair, like even though, because they're young. I mean, okay, wait, how old is... I know Edgeworth was only like 29 or something. And Van Zeeks is 32, but they both have like all gray hair. But I think it's supposed to make them look like more distinguished or something. Because they have a lot of hair, it's just like very gray. Also, it's understandable with the voice, it just happens sometimes. Hope you're all right despite this. I appreciate that, Ventus. Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the ability to just like talk and talk and talk. Like, I can't even imagine how, like, what it's like for voice actors, but I guess if you're a voice actor, you probably just have that ability, or you're trained to do it. I don't know. Because, like, can you imagine having to record that many hours of voice acting in games with, like, tons of content, like Mass Effect or Witcher, or, like, one of those games that, like, never ends, like World of Warcraft or something? But I guess maybe in, like, stuff like WoW, it might be just lots of people doing the same things. I don't know if, I mean, I guess they just keep adding stuff, like, from time to time, so maybe it's not all at once. I don't know. I mean, I also, like, I also talk a lot, just not, like, reading stuff too, so that doesn't help. But maybe it's something you have to train yourself into, you know? Maybe if I keep doing these streams, it'll train my voice to last longer. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. I don't know myself, but I imagine it just comes with the training. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because, like, I'm sure some people are born with it, but I can't imagine, like, everybody that does voice acting was just, like, born with it. There's probably some methods to, like, I don't know, have, like, hot tea or something. I don't know. I'm back. Ben, welcome back. How are you? Thank you so much for coming in. Welcome back to my channel and my stream. All right, so we got to go back to Fairplays. You think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed that man? Okay, I'm thinking I'm gonna save here, but I'm thinking because what I was talking about earlier was the gloves. He was saying that, like, they're covered in blood, but the gloves are not covered. But we'll save there just in case. I think this is it, though.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them are covered in it. Okay, that is not true. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, not covered in blood. It's only on the right-hand glove. Arg. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent! Objection! Yeah! But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then. What? Okay, so one of the other jurors has a knife and he keeps sticking it into the desk, and she just stuck her knitting needle into the desk. Like, why are you damaging the court's property? Like, you're gonna have to pay for that. You're gonna have to go on trial yourself. Arrgh. See, he just did it. He just stabbed his knife into the desk, and now he can't get it out. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said her. It was both hands. Grr. He's sus. He's very sus. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Arg,
Objection!
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Okay, so I like the objection voice acting. So in the first case, we had a lawyer. So, okay, so in the Phoenix Wright games, the first prosecutor, it wasn't Edgeworth, because the first case was like a tutorial case. So it was another guy, and it was a guy that looked just like him from the Phoenix Wright games in the first case here. And his objection voice acting was like this like shrill scream. It was like, objection! And then this guy's is like objection. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains the victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Okay, you know what? Oh, let me look at something. So an idea is coming together here. Okay, so our client has been said that he, like, the prosecutor told us our client is a loan shark, and that the brickmaker that was killed, the victim, he owed McGilded money. But in the ledger, Fairplay, the guy we just presented the gloves to that said his hands were blood soaked, he also owes McGilded money. So what I'm wondering is if he killed the brickmaker and is trying to frame McGilded so that he wouldn't have to pay him back or doesn't have the money or something. It was Payne, right? Yeah. Payne. I love the voices, me too. Coincidence? I don't think so. Exactly. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Darn. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. What? Why? Just because you're a banker? I don't think Fairplay plays fair. Exactly, Ventus. He is not playing fair. He is lying. Not living up to your name, are you, Fairplay? I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. What is that word? Okay, you know what else I noticed in these games? They use a lot of words that I don't know. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Oh, I got it. No, that's what I just said. It's what I just said. He owed McGilded money. That's his reason to lie. Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. I got it. Using that big brain. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Garg. He's hungry, he eat cane. It can't taste very good. Well, it's like 1900 year in this game. Yeah, words might have been different. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like, I mean, it's been a really long time since I played the Phoenix Wright games. And I was also a lot younger then. But I feel like it happened in Phoenix Wright too. Although I don't know what time period that took place. I might have to play those again, even though it like kills my voice to play these, but they're so good. Like the Phoenix Wright games are so good. I mean, I have them. So I was thinking about playing them after this, but now I might need to take a break from doing all the reading. But I do want to play Monkey Island, Return to Monkey Island, I think, after this game. I love the Monkey Island games, and I'm pretty sure that one will have voice acting. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witnesses' alleged deception of the court. Okay, so just in case I'm wrong, which I never am, we're gonna save. This is just in case, guys, okay? I'm never wrong. Never. I mean, just like there should have been another life right here, but just that you can just ignore that because that was the game's fault, okay? It wasn't me. Like I'm always right. It's the game that was wrong. Oh, I need to not click on that. I need to present. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of the debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Oh, Ventus, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. What? Mr. Fairplay? Are you currently indebted financially to the accused? Arg, no. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. A according to this letter, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Arg. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? I like that he didn't say that as a question. He just said it as a statement. Gah. I noticed I wasn't subbed yet, but you popped into my recommended 3 times now. Oh, nice. See, YouTube is doing its job. I really appreciate the subscription, Ventus. Thank you for subscribing. YouTube knows what it's doing. See, everybody said I was crazy for going to YouTube because I used to stream on Twitch. Everyone said I was crazy because they were like, oh, there's no discoverability for streams on YouTube. You're like, nobody's ever going to notice you on there. But see, you're living proof, Ventus. YouTube kept, you know, getting at you and was like, subscribe to Rebecca. Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lard. Lard? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Grr. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? No. Okay, so none of them saw it then. Okay, because the guy next to him, the blonde guy that makes hats, he already said he never saw the moment that he was murdered. He looked down into the skylight when he heard the banker gasp, and then the driver didn't see it because he was, you know, driving. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Okay, so maybe he didn't... Wait a minute. I said... Okay, I'm thinking about this again. I said that he murdered the brickmaker and then is trying to frame McGilded so he wouldn't have to pay him back. So that second part is true. He is trying to get McGilded found guilty so he wouldn't have to pay him back. But I don't think that there's a chance he could have murdered him because he was sitting up on the roof next to that other guy the whole time. So this is just part of the truth coming out, I think. There's something else to this. We have to figure out who actually murdered him and why. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, let's not make lying in court dramatic, guys, okay? I was just trying to get somebody convicted so I wouldn't have to pay them back, but let's not be all dramatic about it. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. Yes. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... Oh, wait a minute. So, so he swears he saw hands covered in blood. Was there somebody else there? Drama, right, Finn? I mean, it's already pretty dramatic. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Like, it's a murder trial. Like, it's already pretty dramatic, and then he lies in court, and he's like, oh, let's not be dramatic. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. You remember seeing what? You just... Okay, you said you didn't see the exact moment, but now you did. Seeing what? Yeah, that's what I said. The blood, sir. Oh, not the moment. Okay, but the blood. On the assailant's hands. I think. Yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both his hands, not just one. What? Okay, so there had to be somebody else. Am I right? There had to be somebody else. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. The question is, were the hands covered in blood or was he wearing the gloves? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, well, if he was like, if his hands were covered in blood and then he put the gloves on, wouldn't that mean the insides of the gloves would have blood on them? Which they don't. Okay, what the witnesses really saw. There is blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Yeah, of course that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there couldn't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, Arg, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Sure, that much incriminating evidence is tantamount to everything we saw the man do it. Okay, what is that his cane? Like, why is it bending? He's like super strong if he can bend a cane. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. So that was somebody else. That's the only conclusion. Or a cane's super fragile. Yeah, either he's super strong or it's not a very good cane. Because I mean, a cane has to be like super sturdy, you know? Because like it helps people walk. Can't be all bendy like that. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Okay, I don't think he was mistaken about what he saw. It just wasn't McGilded that he saw. Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. Arg, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Oh, you're right. Right. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, arg. That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. Arg. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. Grr. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. Ha. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. Right? The witness's scruples are not on trial here. Well, actually, Van Zeeks, it does say stuff about his credibility. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
So they're both saying they saw, like, 2 hands with blood on them. You definitely saw that too, blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Oh. This dude just keeps digging holes under himself, is he not? Yeah. Yep, right. I saw the blood on both his hands quite clearly. It's true the dark colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. Oh. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. Wow, Van Zeeks actually helped us out. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, but we are going to take a look at our evidence. Okay, so autopsy report. Not sure that's going to help us here. Crime scene photo. I don't think that will help us here either. The gloves. Okay, so I don't know what else I could do with these. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. That's true. Maybe we could check the inside of the gloves, because there's no blood here. Okay, wait a minute, though. Can't find anything out of place. Okay, well, Van Zeeks has already said there wasn't any blood reported in the police report. Okay, let's go back. Let's listen to these again. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. For stabbing, this dude looks like he passed away peacefully. Yeah, he does. He looks like he's just like sleeping. Well, the driver said he heard a scream, so I guess he screamed and then passed away peacefully. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have all have seen. Did I press this already? I'm not sure. We'll do it again just in case. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. I don't think we pressed him on that. That's right. That is actually a thing. What's a thing? Passing away peacefully? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering. It was so bitter. Oh, wait a minute. Did we press anything? I think we just listened to it once and we haven't pressed anything yet. Because they don't let you press until the second time you hear the witnesses' statements. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. What? Couldn't you have asked the driver to unlock it? Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. So you were just staring into the cabin the whole time? That's kind of creepy. Yeah, he didn't fight or defend himself, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Well, Magnus claimed that he was sleeping. Maybe he was sleeping. Like, maybe he was sleeping when he was stabbed. I'm not sure. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Did they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Ooh, okay. I gotta look at the omnibus again. Okay, let's go up to the deck. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Oh, wait a minute. You can see everything, though. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh, you can see everything? Okay, well, let's go inside then. It didn't look to me like you could see everything. Quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. But I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin, at least. Okay, I don't know though, because like the seats are directly below like the ceiling here, right? So I don't know. I mean, if they were okay, so if they were sitting here, then wait a minute, they were sitting up there. I guess I could have seen them. So if they were sitting here, I guess they would have been able to see them. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Okay, we already went over this. Wall? What do you mean a wall? A wall where? I don't know. I think they could have seen everything, but it was somebody else in there. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay, so they could see. So... oh. So there's the lamp, but there's nothing I can examine there. The seat has a handle, it seems. Okay, we already investigated that, but I don't think that will help us here. Looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair, wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. They just drill into you that it's visible in every sentence. Yeah. So I guess I cannot use that piece of evidence. Like I was thinking maybe I could prove somehow they couldn't see everything, but they can. He hide in there? I'm not sure. That's what I was thinking. But if they're saying that you can't even store luggage in there, along with the other equipment that's for the bus, a small person, yeah, I guess it would have to be. Okay, ooh, I really don't know. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? You know what? Maybe they would have seen everything. Maybe maybe the answer is they would have seen everything and it was just somebody else that was there. Okay, so we're gonna save. I'm really not sure. This game is getting hard. They would have seen, okay, I think the answer is they would have seen everything, but they just saw somebody else and not McGilded. I suppose they would have had a bird's eye view from the roof. And birds generally have very keen eyesight, so... Thank you, that's all clear. What you said does make sense. Very good. Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel. Mr. Fairplay didn't see Mr. Mason being stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. And there's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witnesses' latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. Yeah. Getting what? I just said a lot of things. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but... Well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean that we can examine the evidence firsthand. The omnibus is here in the courtroom after all. I just did that, Susato. You didn't say anything. That's a good idea, and we can consider this witness's statements while we're looking around. There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have gloves in the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant even... Oh, wait, we already went over this. Okay. He's steadfastly refusing to admit he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Okay, well, we just went over this, so I'll skip that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Did I need to press him?
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. Loop, yep. Loop? Arg, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just Gerd trying to save us all some time. Okay, so we went over this as well. Okay, so I did press him on this. Okay, so we'll just skip this. I'm not sure if I pressed the bus driver. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attackers' hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? Okay, we went over this too. And this is when, yeah, Van Ziek said in the police report there wasn't any blood on his hands. Okay, there wasn't blood on his hands. Okay, not sure I pressed this statement.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I mean, how could you have seen the stabbing if you were driving the bus? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Okay. Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. I mean, what if you don't have a choice? Maybe you're working late. Beppo! Ah! There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Okay, it's got something to do with the omnibus evidence. You can see in the carriage, there's a lamp in there. Okay, so they keep saying you can see inside the carriage and they could see everything clearly. Okay, let's go back. Mr. Fairplay didn't see Mr. Mason being stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. And there's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witnesses' latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. Okay. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but... well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? Okay, so she says to examine the omnibus, but when we did, all they said was like, oh, yep, you can definitely see the whole inside from the skylight. Top seats? Yeah, maybe. I mean... I don't know. Suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. So, I mean, yeah, we don't know where they were sitting in the top seats. Like, if they were sitting here in the front bench, but if they saw everything through the skylight, they must have been sitting here. But I mean, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to present, because every time I investigate the bus and the skylight, all it says is that, like, you can clearly see the whole inside. Where was he sitting? I don't know. I guess maybe if I present it, then they might tell me. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attackers' hands with blood on them. Okay. There can't have been anyone else in that carriage, or we all would have seen. Yep, so hard. Yeah, this one's really hard. Okay. So she keeps saying, I mean, well, she keeps saying it because I just keep going around this, but I didn't see anything myself, not until I heard that scream. Can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we'd have all would have seen. Okay, I'm gonna save here. I think I need to present the window, the skylight, for some reason, even though there was nothing in there saying... Okay, we'll try it.
Objection!
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? That's what I said! That's what I said! But when we went to investigate, Ryanosuke and Sasato kept saying like, oh yeah, you can clearly see everything. So then I second guessed myself because I was like, oh, I guess you can see everything then, but it looks like some of it is like directly under the ceiling and not under like the skylight. Isn't that what I said? I said it. I said it. I have video evidence. After the stream is over, I have video evidence that I said it. So why were they saying, but when you're investigating it, why do they say, like, why do they not mention that at all? Why do they say like, oh, yep, you can definitely see everything from the skylight. They would have clearly seen everything. Okay, anyway. It's all right, because I presented the right evidence. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. So we actually have to get inside the omnibus. You will identify the area on this cross-section plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Okay, so here. Because, okay, so this is the sky. Okay, so let's go over it in detail. This is the skylight here, this little square here. If they were sitting here and looking down into the skylight in this direction, they could only see this seat. They would not be able to look down this direction and see this seat. Right? So we're going to present this.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight. Yep, yes, Ven, that's the correct answer, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Okay, I still don't understand why when I went into the omnibus and examined it, I don't understand why Ryanosuke and Susato did not bring this up. Because them not bringing it up and they kept saying, oh, you can clearly see everything inside the cabin, that made me think I was wrong. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? A name? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inkling, or I have no idea. Well, look at the court record and the people. So, I mean, it's certainly not Susato or Strongheart. Wait a minute. Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? So, wait a minute. Tiny Man, I knew it. Tiny Man? Okay, so wait a second. Are we saying that Magnus was in the other seat? That they saw somebody else and it wasn't Magnus? Well, it certainly wasn't Beppo. He was driving, and then these two were on the roof. I think what we're saying here is that Magnus was in the other seat, and he wasn't the one next to the victim. I'm not sure though, so we're gonna save. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. Where do you get another glass from? You're a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was Magnus.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Right, which we're saying they saw somebody else. Why would you do that? That was so dangerous. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of these tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. Wow, he is so rude and racist. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. Yeah, Van Zeeks. That all is true. It's just, it's saying it's something else. It's somebody else. We were saying it's somebody else that was sitting next to him. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. That's what I have been saying for like so long, and finally Rhinosuke said it. A third party we have yet to identify. Okay, so now we're back to there was somebody else in the bus. So at first, when we found out that the bus driver took home 20 pence, but there were 4 passengers and they each were supposed to pay 4 pence, which adds up to 16. But then we found out he made everybody pay an extra penny or pence. Is that the same thing as a penny? I don't know. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And who was this third party? We don't know. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection.
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the 2 of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Okay, so they couldn't even see everything. Like, they couldn't even see their heads at all. So why, when I went in and examined the bus, like, why are Rhinosuke and Susato kept saying, like, well, you can clearly see everything inside? You cannot. I was right the whole time. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the 2 gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid that I don't remember. Can you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would have undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Okay, so McGilded was asleep the whole time, so I think when the bus stopped, somebody else got in, killed the brickmaker, and then got out at the next stop before McGilded ever woke up. Ah. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a false statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? What, so how can you be like, oh, I don't want him to testify? My lord, can we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we definitely should. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. How could you not want him to testify, though? Like, you need to have all of the information. Yes, exactly, Ben. Like, Yeah, I mean, I think that you need to have all the information for like little things like choosing a platform to stream on, like, and so you wouldn't need all of the information in a murder trial. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Yeah, thank you, juror number 4. When something means doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. I didn't say whether or not you wanted him to testify. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from police? Egad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. What? Why did you not say something? It's true? I'm sure he had a good reason. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? Oh, poor Ryanosuke. No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. Well, yeah. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? What? Yeah, that's what I said. If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. What? What is happening here? And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? I know, Ven, right? Like, what is happening here? What? Oh, what was that? Ah, smoke! Fire! There's a fire! What? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, wow. Convenient. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Well, I guess it's not convenient. It was planned. Somebody planned this. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. Yeah, I know, Ven. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew is that for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Well, I should hope so. Save your current progress. Yeah. Okay, so Before I move on with that, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's continue. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I think they do such a good job of writing these cases. Like, I really want to find out what happens all the time, but like, because, you know, playing these just kills my voice with reading everything out loud, I can't play as much as I would like to in a stream. But it creates suspense, right? Because, like, you guys have to keep coming back to see what happens. So I'm trapping you into coming back to my channel. 18th February, 12:52 p.m., the Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. I'm back. Welcome back, then. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? I don't think she was trying to benefit herself at all. I think she was just felt guilty that McGilded was trying to protect her. Where a smoke grenade makes smoke, I know, right? But, I mean, she's acting like smoke bombs are new, but, I mean, they must have been around for, like, a really long time, right? I mean, I feel like they're really old. Because this is, This is like the end of feudal Japan and like the start of the industrial age in Japan. Or I guess we're in London now, but it was around that time. But I mean, like, they had smoke bombs in Assassin's Creed 2, which was like ancient. There's another matter that's troubling me. Or I don't know if it was Assassin's Creed 2, but it was like one of the Ezio Assassin's Creed where they had smoke bombs. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Or she just snuck onto the bus without paying. Or she's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Okay, so what I was thinking all along was that, I mean, I didn't know the passenger was like a 15-year-old girl, but I was thinking all along that a passenger snuck on board without paying, killed the brickmaker, and then like just left at the next stop before anyone even knew they were there. Yeah, yes, and bombs and other stuff. Yeah, so, and I mean, those Assassin's Creed games took place way before this, and they had smoke bombs, so... But, I mean, maybe they just didn't make their way over to Japan? I don't know. I feel like Japan would have had them, though. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Okay, we're going back. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. Yes, I mean, right? Like, I think, especially Japan having, like, ninjas and samurai, I think they definitely would have had smoke bombs. 18th February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Although she did say, like, oh, it was a smoke grenade, so I don't know. Is that different than a smoke bomb? I don't know. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. So they just caught her and, like, forced her to testify? Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke, which veiled proceedings earlier? It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Okay, yeah, so they did have smoke bombs. It was just some sort of new version of it. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Okay, wait a minute. Why did she need to throw a smoke bomb? Like, couldn't she just have left? Or just left at the next recess? Because if you throw a smoke bomb and then you try to escape, then that's like way more conspicuous than you just leaving the courtroom quietly or during the next recess. And then how could you, like, how did they just catch her and then they were just like, okay, you're testifying now? Like, don't they need to, like, run that by the judge or anything? Smoke bombs are instant, smoke grenades are slow. Oh, okay. I didn't even know there was such a thing as smoke grenades. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? She got very nervous and sus. Yeah, I guess she panicked. She's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bagora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Oh, so he didn't die like that. He didn't die sitting up. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Oh, so he didn't scream. It was her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. A child in where? She was in that compartment where all the bus equipment was stored? Is that the whole testimony? I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? Nervous of information getting revealed. Yeah, I guess so. It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Ah, yeah. Okay, we're getting some good information, huh, Ven? Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Well, we can start by pressing on everything, as per usual. Okay, on the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. He was the first passenger. New it tiny, but not a man. Yeah, that would make sense that she's a 15-year-old girl, so she'd be small. She'd be small enough to fit in that compartment. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. So maybe she was already in there. She was stowed away. See, okay, but that's sort of what I said. She like snuck on the bus without paying. That's why the bus driver has 20 pence and charged everybody 5 pence. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then Bagora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
But yes, but why? I'm not sure yet. We'll find out though, Ven. We'll find out. A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. Can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ara's Lord Van Zeeks. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. That's rude. Well now, as you know, I am in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. But I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I want to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Oh, I didn't press that one. Okay, I have to go back and press. There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You said she was hiding herself? Hi, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? I guess so. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Okay, so there were two screams. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Hi, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo, being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrive in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? Okay, so I'm going to go back and press on this statement. This one. I turned to find out where the scream had come from. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious, so she was in that compartment. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds relieving people of their purses. A chancer? I've never heard it called that. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order, order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Is it Lestrade or Lestrade? Arg! What? Why did she have that? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl. She's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Okay. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? Yeah. I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Okay, maybe you should take that thing away from her. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Okay. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. Oh, what? You got another glass? Weren't expecting that, huh, Ben? So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah, it's just like the Irishman said. Court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's a pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action will result in your own innocence being called into question? Not at all, my lord, not at all. I need to go. I will see the stream vid tomorrow. It's so interesting. Bye. All right, Ben, thank you so much for stopping in. Yes, if you want to see the rest, the stream video will be up tomorrow under my playlist of The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Okay, they're all voting not guilty, which is good, but we also still don't know who killed him. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy, okay? This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? You really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. Okay. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order, order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly be effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiff. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look, it was empty, it wasn't empty. Well, okay, I mean, we can look now, but when we looked before, it wasn't empty. Or wait, is it empty now? That's not what I want to look at. Oh, now it's empty. But it wasn't before. I looked at it. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Okay, good thing I looked in there before, because I know it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Ah! Can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. The trick. Of course it's a trick. What? How can they vote now? Quite so, I must concur here. So, are they just allowed to vote whenever they want? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. I need to finish this game, but I'm too busy with Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Well, this game will always be here, Chris. Also, thank you so much for coming in. How are you? I mean, where are you in this game? Because if you don't want spoilers... I mean, not that I want you to, like, leave the stream, but if you don't want spoilers, you know. I don't know if you want to be here. Yes, but every time is a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Doing fine, and I've reached the start of the 5th case. Oh, okay, so you already know what's happening here. What the girl saw. They snuck inside the carriage before they looked at the horses, just like always. So did you play the Phoenix Wright games too? So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. That's what I said. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 which the cabman testified. Well, that's what I said all along, that somebody snuck into the bus, like there was somebody else there, and they snuck into the bus. And one little scrape brace rang for free. The red honk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. But wait a minute. But it wasn't empty when I looked at it, so somebody moved it back. It seems we reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit. In the God permit? At least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Yeah. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Okay. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then? I'm kind of low-key pseudo-fan. I know it goes on in the series, but I never played the original trilogy, the Edgeworth duology, AJ, or Dual Destinies. I did play Spirit of Justice, though. Oh, okay. How is Spirit of Justice? I have only ever played the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I love those games, but I've never played anything else until this one. I actually didn't even know they made this game because I stopped following for a while, and then my brother told me about this game, and he was like, oh, it's on sale. It was some site that he buys Steam keys off of sometimes, Indie Gala, I think it's called, and he was like, hey, this game is on sale. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know they made like the Great Ace Attorney. It was fun, or I thought so at least. I mean, this series has been really good so far. I think the Phoenix Wright games have been better, but I really like this series too. So they're probably all good, really good. I mean, I might play the Phoenix Wright games at some point in time. I don't know if I would do it right after this because like reading all this text out loud just like kills my voice. So I don't know if I'm gonna do Phoenix Wright immediately because it's already hard for me to stream trying to read everything out loud, but we'll see. But I may play them in the future, so you can come back for those. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me Ed, and look at the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stop his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. What? I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. Okay, so you didn't see the moment. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. Okay, so you did not see the exact moment he was killed. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me and Anne's got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Okay, so her hands were the ones covered in blood. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. That's what I just said. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look back up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." Indeed. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I mean, if they're unsure, then just don't vote yet. I'm sure we'd clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Okay, she's starting her testimony over. Okay, so before I continue with that, I'm gonna take a break and I will be right back. All right. Continue the cross-examination. So I didn't really see anything that stood out to me in her testimony, so we'll go through it again. Okay, so snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. Tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped out of me skin I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. What I wouldn't give for Ace Attorney 7 to be fully voice acted. Capcom can afford it. I know, right? And it would save my voice. I guess it's just the style of the game. All 6 members. Okay, we already went through this. Well, the Phoenix Wright games, originally they were only on, I think they were only on DS. Yeah, they were only like, originally they were only on like a handheld system, so maybe they only made it like text only and no voice acting so people could play it like in public without bothering people, and then it just kind of became like a trademark. Okay, did I press her on this? So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. I don't think I pressed her yet. No, I did. I did press her. Okay, so let's skip this. Okay. Let me make sure let me just make sure I pressed her on everything. And I guess maybe also because it's like, you know, I go through witness statements a lot, like repeatedly over and over. And so maybe it's like, I don't know, it'd be like disturbing to somebody to like have to keep skipping over voices and interrupting voice acting. I don't know. Okay, I think I did press her on everything. But we're gonna skip over this.
Hold it!
Waste of time. Why is that? Well, most nights. Okay, so yeah. We did press her on this. I guess so, but it's not as though the DS was even capable of supporting full voice acting. Yeah. I mean, when they... Because I mean, I have Phoenix Wright on PC now, so I guess when they moved it over to PC, they could have done voice acting, but it was probably too much work and money. But they certainly could have done it for these games, because I think this one... So I have Chronicles. I have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So I think the first one came out in, what, like 20... I gotta look this up. I don't know, 20s... 15? I know the second one came out in 2017. Yeah, 2015. So this one I'm playing right now, it came out in 2015, and then the Great Ace Attorney 2 came out in 2017. So certainly by these games, they could have done voice acting. Any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night... This cove was sat on me seat from the start, and he didn't budge the whole way. Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. Well, 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 if it isn't my favorite YouTube streamer, Tooth! Hello! Thank you so much, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming in, how are you? How have your streams been going? I feel like it's been so long since I talked to you, Tooth, hasn't it? Do you mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat that entire time while events unfolded in the closed cabin. Yeah, right. Right, mister? To be sure, as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Okay. Look at the evidence and... I honestly don't know what to do here. I don't see anything that stands out. I am good. They have been good. It's great to finally be back. I'm so glad to hear that, Tooth. How's everything else with you? Since I haven't talked to you in like forever, it seems. Okay, so we've got nothing here. There was stuff in there before. It has been a long time. It took a while to unpack after my move. Too long. So are you all unpacked now? That's blood, isn't it? Polybius! Oh my god, Polybius. Oh wait, is this new? Is this... I got a little, like, raid, or I guess you would say live redirect on YouTube. It's called live redirect on YouTube. I got a little raid message. Live redirect message. That's new, isn't it? Polybius, hello! Thank you so much for your live redirect. Hi, everyone! Polybius, heyo! Just lurking while working. All right, man, Mike, I appreciate that. Arcadian raid. Polybius, thank you so much for the raid / live redirect. YouTube, you really got to change the name. Raid is a much more fun name. I know you don't want it to be exactly like Twitch, but listen, Facebook Gaming also calls it a raid, and they're doing fine, I guess. I mean, they seem to be doing pretty good. Like, they're like, if you think of like, if you say like the big 3 platforms for streaming, it's YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Gaming. So at least Facebook Gaming is, you know, up there. Polybius, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the live redirect, and thank you for like doing the live redirect and basically letting me know that now YouTube put in like a raid or a live redirect message. It told me like you and your viewers joined, so that is definitely new because you live redirected me before. I mean, is that the right thing to say, live redirected? Like, it's so much easier to say raid. Anyway, you live redirected me before, and I would not have even known you did that because YouTube doesn't even have like an alert, like in Stream, because I use Streamlabs to stream, and they don't even have like an alert set up for the live redirects yet. So the only way I know if somebody is live redirecting to me is if they say something, except for that message there. Arcadian raid. Oh my god, what even happened to the train thing now? A lot, Ultra Player. Uh-oh, blood. Yes, Mad Mike, we are solving a murder trial right now. Well, we're not solving the trial. We are in a murder trial right now, trying to solve a murder. Uh-oh. I just read that message. Can y'all just solve the case? We know there's more blood. I'm trying. 2 hold episodes. They can call it a barrage or something. Yeah. A barrage of viewers. It started off totally different. Things are pretty good. Yes, got unpacked. Just been getting used to my new job, but the job sucks, so I'm looking for something new. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tooth. Well, I hope you find a new job soon. So how do you like your new place, Tooth? In Ace Attorney games, the dude is always the witness in court. I don't know how they don't catch up on that. What do you mean the dude is always the witness? We all just say raid. Yeah, I definitely noticed that everyone just says raid anyway. Like, YouTube was not even successful in, like, you know, getting the live redirect name to stick, so they might as well just change it to raid. Just jail them? No. Ultra Player, we can't do that. We are fighting for truth and justice here, okay? This is why we defend the innocent. And hype, welcome in live redirectors. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that. But no, gotta stuff my face in a doorknob. Ultra Player, listen, we have to get all the facts to get the truth. We are not putting innocent people in jail. I mean, sometimes we are, but not in these games. We always find the truth. New place is great. It's cool to be able to do whatever I want, like paint and whatnot. Nice. You paint? I didn't know that. What do you paint? Timmy wants to sell Tim Flakes. What? Okay, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming in. So I'm sure a lot of you know me from just being in Polybius's streams and whatnot, co-streaming with him. And Polybius, you know what? We haven't played something in a really long time. We need to play Castle Crashers, and I don't know, but I feel like there was something else we were supposed to be playing. And we need to do so Polybius and I are going to be doing a podcast together soon. So I'm going to turn my Small Streamer Diaries series into a podcast. I mean, I might still be doing some videos in it too, but I want to turn it into a podcast. And so me and Polybius are going to start off with the first episode soon. I think we're going to be talking about like the different platforms, just like why we picked YouTube, and like because we both started off on Twitch. And so I think that would be a good, like, I mean, I know I talked about this already in some of my videos, but I think it would be a really good like first podcast episode. I also talked about it in another video, like a podcast style video with another friend of mine. But we had a lot of technical issues trying to do that. And I also think it's always good to like hear somebody else's perspective. I totally don't have like 5 monster and human mix of souls in my body. What? I'm begging you, Judge, please. Please what? Lock everybody in jail? Like paint my walls. I haven't painted in a long time. I used to do watercolor. Oh, really? Oh, okay, paint your walls. But you did used to paint, like paint art. So what did you paint? Like what things did you paint? For sure, it's been pretty busy getting all the partner stuff set up. Oh, yeah. I totally understand, Polybius. Yeah. But I mean, it can always wait. We've always got other games to play. Oh, hey, I saw your video on the Turtle Wow YouTube channel being banned. What's happened with that? The podcast is gonna do well. I hope so. People are searching for that kind of stuff now more than ever. Yeah, and especially because YouTube keeps getting these big streamers. Like they just signed another big streamer today. Well, they didn't just sign him today, but it came out it was announced today that he was signed, that Swag was signed. And then Pokimane released a video today saying like she's not going to be streaming as much anymore because she wants to do other stuff. And she was like so diehard Twitch. And then Ninja like is not partnered anymore on Twitch, so now people are saying he's going to YouTube. How are you still reading? I would have been out of breath because I talk a lot, Ultra Player, so there's that. But you know what, Ultra Player, I did actually lose my voice the last time I was playing this on my last stream because I have to read everything in this game out loud. And so after I played this last stream, I tried to say something and not all of it came out. I literally lost my voice. So I'm trying not to stream as much doing these games, even though they're really, really good and I want to see what happens. But it's just like trying to read everything out loud just kills my voice. Temmie wants to sell Tem flakes before I leave, but it's just his soul. You can't sell them, Temmie. You have no hands. What? Blizzard took them down because they just launched an official WoW expansion. And they're legit jealous that a private server is doing better than an official one. Oh, man. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of Twitch, like Twitch, kind of like Twitch versus YouTube, you know? It's like, because like YouTube is like Turtle WoW, right? Like they just like let everybody be free. Like they just let everybody kind of like explore and have the freedom to do what they want. And then Blizzard is like Twitch, where they like contain everybody, like they keep everybody shackled to them. They're like, you can't go anywhere except for us. Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. Wait, that wasn't there before. Why was that not there before? I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Give Tim fakes. There you go, happy Temmie. Okay, thank you. What are the flakes? I'm so confused. The server's still up, though just the YouTube channel is gone. That's still pretty, like, I don't know what the word for it is. Pretty, what's the word of, what's the opposite of like freedom? Constricting? I don't know. You know what I mean. Okay, so she was under here. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. Okay, this doesn't help me. We already went through this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Okay, Chara, thank you so much for coming in. Have a good night. Guys, I think we found the person that can read the terms and conditions. Who, me? I certainly do not read the terms and conditions. Shackled is a good one. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the... So, I always use the word like, oh, Twitch, like, keeps you tied to Twitch. But then I saw this, so Devin Nash is, like, this big content creator on YouTube, and he's not, like, as big as some of these, you know, gaming content creators, but he talks to them a lot because he's like he owns his own company that manages like other content creators. Like they manage Amaranth, like they represent Amaranth. And he did a video where he talked about Twitch, like Twitch is like really bad for content creators, and he used the word shackled. So he said like Twitch shackles you to their platform, and I was like, that is a really good way to put it. They shackle you, like they just keep you in a vicious cycle. Frisk, Chris, and Temmy's Souls say hi. Hello to Frisk, Chris, and Temmy's Souls. Role-playing in 2 streams back-to-back is tiring. I bet. So, oh, man. Polybius, I was just gonna say something, but I forgot what it was. Oh, okay, now I remember. Okay, so Polybius, when you said like people are searching for that kind of stuff that we're going to do on the podcast, yeah, I think it's like a huge trending topic right now, because especially with YouTube signing all these giant streamers, and then like Ninja saying like, I'm taking a break, I don't know when I'll be back, and he's not partnered on Twitch anymore. Like, he lost his checkmark. If you go to his channel on Twitch, his checkmark is gone. So people, of course, people are going like, oh my god, he's going to YouTube or whatever. Because if he was just gonna quit streaming, like, why would his checkmark be gone, you know? So it does seem like he's signed with another platform. So it's like so many like major names are leaving Twitch. Hi, I'm Temmy. Temmy wanted to say hi before we left. Bye. Okay, bye, Temmy. Or hi and bye, Temmy. There were companies copying someone's merch called T-Chip and Motif. No good. Whose merch were they copying? Okay, let's go through our testimony again, because I really don't know what to do here. I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin, and the scream just came out. Because of that, the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Oh wow, haha, that's big. Twitch is in some trouble. Yeah, I think so too. But most people don't want to believe it, you know, like... I just find that, like, so many people, like, on... people of my size channel, like, they don't look anything up. They have no idea what's happening in the content creation industry, and that really holds them back. That's why I started that whole, like, small streamer diaries. A tuber called Corey X Kenshin, it was like a video 2 years ago. I decided to bring it up. I had DK. Yeah, okay, yeah, I know Corey, well, sort of. I mean, I just know that there's that whole thing with, like, YouTube, like, people saying YouTube was racist because they were, like, age restricting his videos, but then, like, white people who have channels weren't getting age restricted or something like that. They get the money, but you never get your order. Ooh, well, that's no good. Okay, well, so what can I do here? So yeah, that whole fiasco was weird. Yeah. Yeah, and then like I think like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye were doing these challenges to see if they could get age restricted to like prove that YouTube was like doing it against minorities. I mean, even though Markiplier is half Korean, but he like could pass as white. Yeah, possible racism. He said it's a real strong claim. Need a lot of evidence to back it up. Yeah. I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Okay.
Hold it!
We're gonna have to listen to everything again and press everything again. You were already in the omnibus before it set off. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob? There's no point spending money to make money. Clear up the mystery of the fares. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of this statement. When I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Okay. Okay, so he's not reacting to anything she's saying. Always check that all out and cram it into corner somewhere. Okay, so she's saying she moved all the stuff out from the storage compartment, but so she could hide in there, but it was all moved back for some reason. And there's nothing in there now, so I can't present it. And now it's like the whole platform is noticing it as well, but let's get off that right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of issues with that on Twitch as well.
Hold it!
So she said most nights she's on her own in the bus. On any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. Okay, so he sat on top of the compartment. She was stuck the whole way. I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of this statement. So Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Okay, we've established that. Can't see a blind thing in the hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me and look me ahead and look up out the crack. So she... Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite in the opposite seat because it's softer. But for some reason, McGilded decided to pick the seat she was over where she was hiding. I'm free. Tembeck wanted to say a real hello. Temmie, hello. Okay, so she couldn't lift the seat.
Well,
oh. Why does he react now? He didn't do that before. Okay, what are we doing here? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? A real hello and a real goodbye. Okay, Temmie. So are you leaving now then? Oh, I do apologize. Was something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrad's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. I'm gonna ignite my inner Phoenix Wright, as you should. Phoenix Wright always gets down to the truth. Oh, no, it was nothing important. Used him flakes into him armor. You're giving me your armor? Don't you need that? I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Okay. Hi. And I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? I'll be back next time I see you streaming. I appreciate that, Temmie. Suspicious. Oh boy, everything's suspicious in this game, multiplayer. Nah, not really. What do you mean, not really? All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's insignificant, it's profoundly important. This case actually pisses me off because I game overed at the very end and when the case was practically overdue to something stupid. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. You know what, Chris, I don't know if you were in here for this, but earlier I was like so mad because, okay, hold on, let me show you. So, at the point where we were supposed to prove that they could only see through the skylight. So when I was examining this, I was like, oh, you can't see everything through the skylight because like some of the seats are cut off. So I was like, oh, you like, yeah, they can't see. And then I went in here and I was like, oh, they can't see the whole of the like inside of the cabin, right? Because like if we look here, these seats are directly under like the ceiling and not the skylight. Like they could see inside, but not everything. But when I examined it, Susato and Ryanosuke just kept saying, oh, they can see everything inside through the skylight. And I was like, okay, maybe that's not it. But it ended up that you were presenting that they could not see everything. So I was like, what? That's what I said. But I thought I was wrong because Ryanosuke and Susato kept saying like, yeah, you can see everything. And there was a lamp in there. They could clearly see everything inside. I feel bad for you, Chris. I'd be so frustrated too. I'm like thinking my head out and trying to clutch. Yeah, I mean, these games can definitely get that way. Okay, so I think it's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. What? The inner workings of your Eastern Mind. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna sit in something so small. I've been on subways before. This would be the worst. Yeah. Yeah, because like, well, before we were saying like nobody could fit in there. But I guess she's a small 15-year-old girl and she's doing it so she can pickpocket people. Christina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. Straining me ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw the swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Honestly, I think it'd be cool if these games had an Iron Man mode, kind of like an FE. Yeah, it might be frustrating, but I think it'd be cool and force people to really think about what's going on in cases. What's FE? And what's the Iron Man mode? She's not even human. Yeah, would you add him in Evit A? What a mug. Well, she said she hides in there like every night, so maybe she found a way to contort herself. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? Fire Emblem. Ah, okay. So I have never played Fire Emblem, but I hear they're really good. I always wanted to play them, and people keep telling me I would like those games because I like RPGs and I like JRPGs, but I've never played them. But Woody, not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So what's the Iron Man mode? So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It makes sense, it doesn't add up. I mean, well, it doesn't make sense in this... Okay, let me see what I'm trying to say here. So it doesn't make sense in that, like... So she wouldn't have heard... So the guy that died, so he didn't make any noise when he was stabbed? Like, she said she just heard, like, a bang or a thud or something. But wouldn't he have made some sort of noise when he was stabbed? Or she would have heard a stab? Even if McGilded was snoring? Did pictures not exist then? No, we have pictures. We've got a crime scene photo right here. An Iron Man and Fire Emblem is when you don't reset when a character dies, and if your lord dies, you have to start the entire game from the beginning. Something like that. Oh, I see. Yeah, that sounds, that does sound difficult. But they do, okay, so in the Phoenix Wright games, it's not exactly like that, but there are times where you only get one chance. Like, you don't get the multiple lives, like the 5 lives that you get in these cases. But I mean, usually you do, but in certain times, like when you're presenting a piece of evidence or maybe something like this where you have to choose an answer, at some points in some of the harder cases, you'll only get one chance. And if you pick the wrong answer or the wrong piece of evidence, you immediately get a guilty verdict. Only if it were implemented in the context of AA, it would function a little differently. What incarnation? What incarnation about what? Yeah, the unlimited penalty. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but I think they definitely could do something like that, Chris, and it would make it, you know, different because they've had so many of these games, like, you know, do something innovative. Do something different. I don't like it when games in a series, when they're just the same game over and over. That's why I stopped playing Assassin's Creed, because Ubisoft just makes the same game over and over. Like Ubisoft, like Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, they're just the same game over and over and over. And so by the time like Black Flag came out, I just like stopped playing Assassin's Creed. I played like a little bit of Black Flag, but then I was like, okay, you know what? This is just the same game over and over. And then Origins came out, and I was like, oh, this is really good. Like, they revamped the whole thing. And then Odyssey came out. It's exactly the same game as Origins. It's just set in Greece instead of Egypt. So I'm like, you just made the same game. Like, Ubisoft just makes the same game over and over for like 15 years until people are like, hey, wait a minute, this is the same game over and over. And then they're like, oh, we gotta do something different. So then they make something different. Everyone loves it. And they do that for the next 15 years. All right, so I think it doesn't add up. I don't think. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah, at odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryanosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Okay. Oh. Okay, we gotta think here. Okay, Gina Lestrade, 17. What? I thought she was 15. A young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place aboard the omnibus on the night of the murder. She was discovered by the defendant. I don't know, I just like playing hard games. I like when games are difficult or challenging. I feel there's little point to me playing them if they're not. Yeah, I also like a challenge, but not too difficult. I don't like Dark Souls level of difficult, because then I'm just like not having fun anymore. But I definitely like to have a challenge. I love games like this, like Ace Attorney, because they really like challenge your mind, you know, like puzzle games in general. I love puzzle games because you have to think so much, you know, like it's like intellectually challenging. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what to present here, because I can think of a couple of possibilities. So I'm thinking either she should have heard something from the victim, like she should have heard the moment that he was stabbed, she should have heard something, right? Like him crying out, or the actual stab, or she should have heard this guy scream. But I'm not sure, but since he was on the rooftop, I'm not sure she would have heard it. Okay, we're gonna save here. Because I really am not sure. A largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Okay, time and cause of death. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Oh, you know how to walk? Okay, now try to slay God of the Mountain, who once destroyed like 28,000 timelines and can hit you in one blow. Yeah, exactly, Ultra Player. Like, I don't like it when it's too difficult, because then it's just not fun for me anymore. Like, I just get mad. I think what I'm gonna do is present the crime scene photo. I think this is it. Okay, I'm really not sure. I'm gonna try it. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate on a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the following piece of evidence. I really don't know if this is it, but what I'm thinking is that she should have heard something, like she was so close to the victim when he was stabbed. Right? Like, this is the only thing that makes sense to me.
Take that!
It would seem phantoms are at work again, this time in my Nipponese friend's ears. I concur, no sound is apparent to me at all. Okay, that wasn't it. Allow me to introduce you to a sound that will be very real indeed, however. Sound of your death throes. Okay, so he's right, that was loud. So what is it then? Well then, counsel, according to Miss Lestrade, yeah, it's like you die every single time and you don't even know how the game functions. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that kind of difficulty is not fun for me. Oh, wait, was I supposed to present him? Okay, let's try that. The sound clearly explained by the presence of the victim? It's Dragoon from Twitter. I'm currently doing stuff, but I'll help you on in the background. Hope you're having a good stream. Hey, Dragoon. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that. The stream is good. Stream's good, Dragoon. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you having me on in the background. I hope you're doing well.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason. Okay. See, okay, but I was on the right track, right? Like, I knew it was something like that. I just didn't know what to present. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Oh. Okay, that's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was should have heard him dying. But I knew it had to do something with him. Order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person to onboard the omnibus, isn't that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. What? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah. Yes, this petty thief statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. Hehehe. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. How do you figure that? Oh, come on. Ah, she didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars, and neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Ah. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadon? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. Don't you dare, Zeeks. I know, right? He's so annoying. I very much want to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Why is that dude licking his knife, bruh? I know, he's done that before. And I was like, that's dangerous. Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. But you know what, Chris? I think lots of dangerous things happen in these courtrooms. Like, first of all, like, Kazuma was allowed to bring a sword in, and now Ryan Isuki has a sword. That juror has a knife. In one of the Phoenix Wright games, the prosecutor had a whip, and she would like whip people in the face when she didn't like what they were saying, or if she wanted to stop them from saying stuff, she would whip them. Like, what? How? Why are you allowing that? And then Van Zeeks, he has that big wine glass. He like shattered it twice now already. So now you got broken glass all over the courtroom. Explain yourself at once. When the accused... See, this is his third wine glass. I don't even know where he keeps getting them from because we're in court. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. He killed him all along. Wow. I think I know the whip one. Wait, who killed him all along? Yeah, it was, Von Karma's daughter. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. Okay, so first of all, we have to save because this is getting harder now. So the first one can't be correct because Gina was the first one in there. There's another entrance, or he was put there after he died. So it's one of those. So I think there's only one entrance to the inside. Yeah, so there's no handle on this door. So I know that there's no latch from the inside, but I think there is a latch here. I actually like Francisca, but I get that she's an acquired taste. Definitely is an acquired taste. I guess I didn't like dislike her. I didn't like hate her or anything. But I did not think she should be allowed to have a whip inside a courtroom and be allowed to whip people. Okay, so they don't say anything about this. But is that a laugh, do you think? Okay, I don't think it's the other entrance. I think it's he was put there after he died. Well, I saved, so I think I'm gonna go with that one, but I think this is it, because if you could have unlatched the skylight and that was like another way to get in the cabin, I think Ryanosuke and Sasato would have mentioned it. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Looks like it's got a whole handle. Yeah, I thought so too. But they didn't say anything, which makes me think it couldn't be opened? Oh. Well, maybe... Okay. I guess this might be wrong, so it might be the other entrance. Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. The obviously is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously, she'll have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Okay, so it must have been the other entrance. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. Me too, right, Inosuke? Me too. Why the obviously? Come on, man. Penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. Okay, so I guess it was the other entrance. Hello, everyone. Francisco, hello. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you? But how could he have been there already? I think it's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered then closed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. Oh my god, was I right all along? Was it the skylight? There could be. There's only one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, though use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. If it's a skylight, I'm gonna be so mad, because the only reason I didn't pick that one was because Ryanosuke and Sasato didn't say anything about the skylight being able to be opened. I'm great. I hope you're doing great too. I'm doing good, Francisco. Thank you for asking. The defense will identify the location for the court. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose that victim entered the cabin? I think it's the skylight. Okay, I'm gonna save in a new slot.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. What? I was right. I should have picked the other entrance. I guess it was just to make it more difficult that they didn't say anything. Oh. Nah. Okay. Well, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I was right, so it's fine. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addled brain theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? I said it looked like it had a handle. Yeah, and I agreed with that, Ultra Player. Like, I thought, it had a latch, but the only reason that I didn't pick it was because Ryanosuke and Susato didn't say that it could have been opened, and they usually, like, you know, make important notes like that. So I was like, okay, maybe it can't be opened. A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Hi, Mommy Spite, hello. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. Or are they the ones that did it? And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... On a roll, what I like to see, right, you know? Right. I love everything about anime and anime games. I hope one day to become an anime game. You want to be an anime game? Like, you want to be in an anime game? Or you want to be a game itself? Might be a humble fella, make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. It's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Humph. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones that stuck the knife in the man were... Ah! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You don't want to be in an anime game. You know what they did to Grandpa Yugi all of Season 1 and probably 2 about defeating Pegasus to free his grandfather. Okay, I don't know what that is a reference to because I don't watch anime, but lots of people tell me I should. You rotter, he said, you rotter. What are you insinuating? I'm getting really fired up now. This is a flaming outrage. I've got a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. Well, now you're even more suspicious. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's arg. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of the childhood types. Yeah, I know a lot of people love Yu-Gi-Oh! And people tell me I should watch Attack on Titan. I haven't watched it yet, though. Order, order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Wanton. I said wonton. That's my Asian side coming out. I read it as wonton. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. His leg is no clipping through his hand, my gosh. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Yo, Rebecca, this is a weird courtroom. Yeah, the Hobbit and the Ace Attorney games, these are definitely unique courtrooms, let's say. I have to think about that. There's an old weeaboo saying, become anime. If this was there was a social media app that plays out like an anime, I'd be there with story arcs and everything. Ah. I love that there's weeaboo sayings. Trust the heart of the cards. What? You propose this to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. Oh, but weren't they? You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. You know what I've been thinking this whole case? Is that this hat that he's wearing, it does look like the hat that blonde guy is wearing, the hat maker. It looks just like it. So I thought that was weird. Me and Uno. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Oh, there's voice acting. Testify! Testify! What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Bro, the people in the back, why are they here? You can go home, please. Because they want to see how the case will turn out. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. See, doesn't it? Okay, well, it's... Okay, we'll look at it next time. But his hat, this guy's hat, it looks like the one the victim's wearing. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. Okay, see, okay, look at his hat, right? Look at his hat here. See how it's got like the stitches in the middle? And then if we look at the crime scene photo, look at his hat here, like it looks similar. See, these people move in court. These people move in court. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Barry, one looked like he was going to fight or dance. But beard as well and same facial features. Yeah. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down to if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. Trial is going in our favor, really. Okay, I'm gonna save again because I don't have that many penalties left. I think I only have 2 left. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Refuting the accusation. We were the only 2 people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Hear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah, haha, gotcha. There's about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Arg, I saw you, with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Now, bro called him sus, right? He looks like a milk or a me character. I thought he looked like Willy Wonka, but like a short one. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? I mean, they're becoming oddly defensive, don't you think? Or perhaps one of or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. If you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Yeah, now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It is hardly surprising. Seeing things. Seeing things. I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Ugh, you... Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, lummy, no. Not once, never. He never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection. Oh. Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Now, what does he have to say? Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder? What do you mean? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. Has been too long, it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? Hey, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Arg. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Hee hee, the perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as Thrice-Fired Mason? Oh, that's what I said. He's wearing a hat that looks like his. Then again, only 20% of anime is good, but that's better than Hollywood stats. Sorry for the tangent. You don't need to apologize for tangents, Francisco. I go on them all the time. So only 20% of anime is good, you say? Interesting. I have been told to watch, let's see, My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan, Full Metal Alchemist. I don't even remember what else. There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of form, my lord. Only 20%? Yeah, most is trash. Okay. Well, I don't feel so bad now for not watching. This you mean? I disagree, but sure. Well, we can have disagreements in here. We are a safe space in here. As long as we disagree respectfully. I can't help thinking this poor fella's hat looks... I said poor hat's fella. The hat owns the guy. Looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh, that's what I said. Oh. That's one of my hats. Hehe, aye it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. Full Metal Alchemist is great. I agree to disagree. Sorry if I'm being snobbish. You're not being snobbish at all, Francisco. I mean, I think you're being respectful. You little weasel. Arg. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Why are you repeating everything he said? Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Arg, now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Hey, Rebecca, what's an anime you watch that isn't considered mainstream? I really don't watch anime. I mean, do Studio Ghibli movies count? Because that's really the only anime I've watched. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. Okay. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Okay, never mind then. Is there an anime you recommend? Because I keep being told I should watch anime and I just haven't gotten around to it, but people have given me lots of recommendations. Oh no, sir, the point is the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. Oh, Dina's got something.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Dun 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 dun. Exactly, Ultra Player. The plot thickens. Ghibli is normie tier, but I love it. Yeah, I feel like Studio Ghibli movies, those are definitely very mainstream. But it's the only anime I can say that I watch, so there's that. Miss Lestrade. It opens. What? Hmm? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had curses coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along, but Ryonosuke and Susato didn't even notice. Well, I guess my go-to recommendation is always Nana. Besides that, Psyche, K, Overlord, and Jesh and Dropkick are beloved favorites of mine. I've never heard of any of those. I'll have to look those up. Crash Bandicoot built gun looking. Yeah, or like a Ratchet and Clank one. Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Yeah, that is a latch there, but why did Ryonosuke and Susato not say anything? Oh, my hat! See? Order, order, order! So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Oh, now you want to investigate. You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight? Where's your proof? Oh, I can go back? Okay.
Hold it!
I didn't mean to press Z, I meant to press Q. Proof. I love Psyche K. What's that one about? That's right, I demand to hear it. I came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both shicers? Brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Arg. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. I don't know why after seeing No Way Home, I wasn't feeling the movies after it. Of course, I want to know what happens after. Just I'm not feeling as hooked and hyped like I was. No Way Home, like the Spider-Man movie? See, and nobody is doing nothing waving a gun in court. Yeah. I know, they just allow weapons in the court. Spider-Man No Way Home was the best. Yeah, that was a good movie. It's about a comedy about a super psychic who makes friends in high school despite being misanthropic. Okay, that is a very interesting premise. Okay, what evidence do we have here? So only 2 people on that roof deck. Okay. If anything had happened, don't you think we would have noticed? Any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill him. Skylight was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Okay, so I think it might be this one. So let me look at the omnibus, but I think he said we couldn't have opened it, but they could have. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. Not good for us. Okay, so that's the same thing that they say. Okay, so now if I go inside... So this bloodstain on the floor, pretty much directly below the skylight. Okay. I don't know if I'm right on this, because this is getting a lot harder to know which piece of evidence to present. So I'm gonna save here. And I'm going to try presenting the bus, but I'm not sure if this is correct.
Objection.
Okay, that wasn't correct. Okay, I'm just gonna reload because I don't have many penalties left. We couldn't possibly have opened it, but you could have. So why is that not the right, why isn't that the right piece of evidence? You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Well, I mean, there is the blood stain on the floor that's directly under the skylight. I don't know if that would be proof, though. We're the only 2 people. Okay, let's go through statement by statement and see if any of the evidence contradicts them. We're the only 2 people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. Okay, I don't see anything that would contradict that. Anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? Any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. I mean, this may be it, and I could present like the ledger or the hat, but I'm not sure about that. You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Okay, I'm gonna try presenting the bus on this one because The only thing I can think of is the bloodstain is directly under the skylight, and it could be opened.
Objection.
Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? What implications, Council? Nothing strikes me about it. Exactly. Okay, that was wrong too. What? What am I supposed to do here? I wonder if they were really involved. I don't know anything about them. Okay, so Sasato is not really telling me anything. Rebecca, I haven't watched Detective Conan yet, but I think you'd like that and probably the modern versions of Lupin the Third. Oh, okay. I'll have to look those up. I mean, Detective Conan already sounds pretty cool. Okay, so my other idea was to present... I don't know, though. I mean, I could present that he was in debt to McGilded. Okay, I'm just gonna try it. Nope, that wasn't it. What am I supposed to present? Okay. Alright, Nina, think here. We're the only two people up on the roof deck. Okay, let's just press on everything again, I guess. So at no time did he climb up to join the roof. Absolutely not. No question about it. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside talking. Okay. He boarded alone and nodded off.
Hold it!
Well, it was the final run at past 10 o'clock. It would have been quite dark. Perhaps one of you fell asleep. The man had locked the door. You were talking to someone. So I wonder if maybe it's the picture here about his hat.
Objection.
No, it's not it. mean, I don't have any proof that he fell through the skylight. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay, so there's blood on the knife. I don't think I've used this knife at all. Try examining the omnibus again. Okay. What's that? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so? Okay. No, I wanted to investigate specifically near the skylight. Okay, I think I found it, but why am I not examining it? Wait, am I supposed to examine the bloodstain? Or, oh, you have to go inside and look at it? I think you have to do it from inside. Okay, yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Well, that's kind of silly. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. By someone like me. Ah, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Ah, the scene of the crime. There is a bloodstain visible on the frame of the skylight when it's open. Aha! Thank you, Chris. Okay, well, we are certainly saving after that. My favorite anime is probably the 2000 version of Hunter x Hunter. The X is silent. Okay. Oh, so it's Hunter x Hunter? Oops, not that. Blood, yes, I found it. Not what I wanted.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? Mine JoJo got some nasty episodes in Dragon Ball Z. I know a lot of people that love Dragon Ball Z too. That's utter humbug. Ark can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel, my lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Of course I will.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Arg. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Oh boy. I think we got him. Order, order, order. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. Ah. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, I already mentioned mine, but two more I like are Code Geass and The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Oh, okay. Super has some good stuff. Nice, I'll have to look all those up. There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies! I like Inuyasha and everything that mangaka created. I forget her name. Rumiko? Oh, Inuyasha. I've heard of that one too. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. Wow, juror number 2 is savage. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Slow but surely will convert you to an anime fan. Okay, agreed. I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. On 3 then. Everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Really? A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What? What are you talking about? There for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. But I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? Hehe, what a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused, However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Gurren Lagann is my second favorite. Maybe it should be tied for first. Yu Yu Hakusho, too. Cool. I will have to look all of these up. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Council? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this all does sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous all will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Council? Right. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. What? As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... I mean... Well, I don't think so, right? Like, okay, I thought this trial was almost done, but it seems to be going on a lot longer than I expected it would. Okay, so I'm just gonna really quickly look this up and without any spoilers, but see if there's anything, like if this is gonna go on much longer. Okay, I think I'm gonna try and finish it. Doesn't look like it's much longer. This chat has good taste. Of course it does, it's my chat. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? No? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You've fallen silent. I want to say it's out of the question. I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? But for some reason, I just can't bring myself to say it. I mean, I guess during, like, recesses it could have been, because we had to go back to the antechamber during, like, a recess. But the omnibus has been in full view of everyone in the courtroom the entire time. It is out of the question that someone could have tampered with it, surely, isn't it? Oh my, you don't think... Might it actually have been possible? As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh. Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Okay, so even though I chose the wrong answer, they just don't let you be wrong, I guess. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take. Yeah, the recess. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, yeah. Okay, I forgot about the smoke grenade, but I do remember the recess. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. It's a wicked plot. The plot to undermine me it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have no idea. I have an inkling. Well, if we're talking about things that were there or that weren't there before, that bloodstain on the floor wasn't there when I first looked at it. My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in devil's name are you going to say now? You dare betray me, you little maggot? You'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense clarification. Grr. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? So the bloodstain on the floor, this was definitely not here when I first looked at the bus.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought to the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Ah, well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of the Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord, what is happening? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. We've won, but not really, I guess. And so McGilded is the one that was planting this evidence? Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... What? So we can say that he could be guilty? So confused. I mean, we're supposed to get a not guilty verdict, but maybe the trial could keep going. Maybe that's the next episode. I mean, we don't have... I think the trial should continue. So we'll say that he could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate? It's advocate, right? For the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order, order. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Hehehe. Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Okay. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore, the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. So he is guilty, but we're gonna find him not guilty. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. thinking rich are always guilty of something. You, her, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. Thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time have been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. All right, so we got a not guilty verdict, but we don't feel good about it. So that's new. That is something very new for these Ace Attorney games, at least I think, since the Phoenix Wright games anyway. But like you always, in the Phoenix Wright games, you always had like an innocent client, like a very innocent client. And then once you started uncovering more inconsistencies in evidence, then they were clearly innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. So why did the Chief Justice tell us that he was clearly innocent? 18th February, 5:14 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Sasato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? Yeah, this is very unusual. Like, we didn't actually find out the truth. And then in the first trial, we didn't know why that girl killed the professor. Like, we never found out the truth there either. We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them by now. Or I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I've heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wahahaha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Wahahaha. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Yeah, Francisco, I don't feel good about this one. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hi. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absonant deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be proving a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Oh. Wahahaha. So he did plan the whole thing. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, Ara, be whist. You're humble people, are you, from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing me best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. This is all very sus. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Kinda rude. Oh, okay. Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? She's very steampunk. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Grr. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. It could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. A what's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. I hate all grown-ups. Ah, so she must be a Persona 5 fan. I am a Persona 5 fan as well. What for? Yeah, the adults are pretty evil in that game, huh? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before? An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that's what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. Okay, bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but her youthfulness will see us through. Really? I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. The 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. Sure, there's gotta be some hotels or motels open. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh boy.
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water!
Oh my god.
Water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
What?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
What? Who's in there?
This can't be.
Van Zeeks looks like a Final Fantasy character, especially with that scar on his face. Okay, so I'm glad I finished this episode. I mean, I said that I didn't want to stream as long, but I was pretty close to the end there, so I figured I would just finish it in this stream and then I would start the next episode next time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Polly B, if you are still here, thank you so much for the live redirect, and whoever came from Polly B's live redirect, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. And next time I will be starting episode 4. I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next. Possibly this weekend? I'm not really sure. I'm going to be on a podcast tomorrow, so I'm not sure if I'll be streaming then, because I mean, it won't be like at the time I usually stream, but I don't know how long it'll take. So, and then Saturday I might be, I'm not sure. And then Sunday or Monday, those are pretty good days for streaming too, so we'll see. Cool, see ya. Chris, thank you so much for hanging out. GG. Adewale, hello. I know that I had a really long stream tonight, but I want to finish that episode, so cool. Looking forward to it. Francisco, thank you so much for hanging out as well. All right, guys, have a great night. I will see you in the next stream or video. We'll start episode 4 next time. Bye.